Hello, and welcome to The Blank Potato. Let us take you on a journey through a world of gentle horror where fear and relaxation coexist. With these calming, soothing horror stories, we aim to ease you into a deep slumber. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let us guide you into a world of tranquil terror. Why I'll Never Go Back to the Dark Web. Back in 2019, right at the beginning of COVID, I became quite isolated from family and friends. It suited me at the beginning, but little did I know that my curiosity would forever scar me mentally. I would often upload YouTube videos of myself browsing the dark web for fun. And until December 4 of this year, as usual, I'd had a brief run through user submitted links to make sure everything was okay for YouTube and its rules. I must have been about 45 links down when I clicked it. The link opened a new tab, and a video began to play. I could see one person lying on a bed, and another one hooded and masked, standing over the top of him on the right side of the bed. And that's when he proceeded to stab the person laying down over and over again. At first, it didn't really faze me. I've seen videos like this before. I thought until the person finished stabbing the body, got up and then began to cut through the meat around the arms and legs. The bed now covered in blood, and the hooded, masked man showing each body part to the camera. I sat through the first 7 minutes thinking to myself, this is a disturbing video to say the least, until I realized that it wasn't just a pre-recorded video. It was actually a live stream. And just as the masked man finished his work, he stopped and walked towards the camera, reaching into his pocket and placing it directly in front of the camera. "You're next." The panic set in and I jumped back from my laptop. That's when I realized my camera was on. The screen went black, and my name, address, and telephone number in big white letters flashed on the screen. I quickly pressed the power button, but it did nothing. I slammed my laptop shut, turned it over, and ripped the battery out. In my panic, I actually destroyed the laptop, which was stupid, but I wanted that to be the end of it. A few weeks had gone by, and even though I was paranoid beyond belief, I thought it was probably just someone messing around. I was heading out to the shop just down the road when I bumped into someone. I felt a sharp prick on my hand as we collided, thinking nothing of it. I continued towards the shop until my legs began to buckle from under me. I knew what had happened. I'd been spiked when we bumped into each other. Everything around me started to go black. I tried fighting the drug, but the drug finally took over, and I collapsed in the street. I thought I was done for, until I woke up in a hospital a few hours later. Dazed and confused, panic set in, and the doctors had to restrain me until I calmed down. They told me I'd been given some drug to knock me out and proceeded to give me my stuff back. There was a note that read, "Never come back to the dark web. This is your one and only warning." Ever since that day, I've stayed clear of the dark web, but even now, I still feel as though I'm being watched. The title of this next story is Heroin is a Hell of a Drug. The first time I did heroin, it was an accident. I know. What kind of bullshit junkie lie is that? But seriously, I was drunk at a party. I was a lost 18-year-old kid, and some older guys were sucking smoke off a tinfoil sheet. I thought it was some keef, pot residue, something with some THC. I didn't even know you could smoke heroin. I wanted to balance my drunk and intercepted the sheet. The second I inhaled, and I mean the absolute second, I knew I'd hit something else. My eyes slid back. Something warm rolled out of my lungs and flew through my bloodstream. Boom. I was hooked. I wasn't even upset when they told me I just hit heroin. If anything, I was angry that heroin had such a bad rep, because this was fucking incredible. Well, I figured out why heroin is so bad. It took only about 14 months, thousands of dollars, my relationship with my parents, and 3 friends overdosing to make the discovery. After one particular brutal low, where I emptied my little sister's purse in order to buy a bag, the camera zoomed out, and I saw my pathetic life for what it was. I knew I had to change before I became some street walking zombie. I was still young enough to not just get my shit together, but live a totally normal life. I looked up recovery meetings on my phone and set out to go to one the very next night. I took the bus past the cemetery where I noticed several cop cars were parked at the gates with their light whirling. It wasn't super strange. Our city lacked green space, and people used the sprawling cemetery as a park. They jogged, walked their strollers, and even drank where a few picnic tables were set up. Sometimes there was trouble with all the people coming and going there, and by the time I got off the bus, my mind was elsewhere. I followed my phone to the address and paused outside. My phone had taken me to a blonde brick building. From the looks of it, I suppose it was probably once a school. Now, in faded letters stenciled on the brick, it read, "The Center for the Road to Recovery." I opened the door and went into the hallway. It still smelled like a school. Pencil shavings and ammonia cleaner. The lights were on in one of the old classrooms, and I peeked in. People were mingling outside a ring of folding chairs. One caught my eye and gave me a wide smile. "Hey, are you here for AA at 8 p.m.? Oh, I'm actually looking for a Narcotic Anonymous meeting." The man pointed with the same hand that held the styrofoam cup. "That's down the hall, up the stairs, room 234. To be honest, I have no idea what he said. It's what got me into this mess in the first place. I don't remember. I didn't exactly understand his directions, and being socially awkward, I didn't ask him to repeat himself. I smiled and gave a little wave. The building was big, but there couldn't be too many meetings to choose from. Every other classroom I walked by was dark. When I reached the staircase, I must have blanked and went to 3rd floor, not the 2nd. When I left the stairwell, I noticed the hall lights were off. I saw a closed door at the end of the hallway, and its sole window glowed yellow. I walked towards it, my sneakers screeching on the marble every few steps. I thought I heard my footfalls echo behind me, but the cadence was wrong. I spun around and swore I saw a shadow dart into a classroom. It could be a hallucination, a trick of the mind. After all, I hadn't been high in almost a day, and the withdrawals would be starting any time now. Painful, sweaty hell awaited me. I picked up my pace to the door with the light, and as soon as I could see through the glass, I noticed everyone in the room was already staring at me from their folding chairs. Suddenly, a face swung in front of the window to inspect me. One eye bulged and looked me up and down. The face disappeared, and the door slowly opened. "Can we help you?" Hi, my name's Jack. I was told to find by..." I was pulled inside and patted on the back. "Oh, you scared me for a second. We don't get many visitors to the 3rd floor. You know, your uncle told us to expect you, but that was last week. We're glad you changed your mind. It's not easy to get help. Now, don't be nervous. We love newcomers. The more of us there are, the more normal we feel." "My uncle?" I tried to correct him, but the man was too excited to see me. I couldn't get a word in. "I'm Marshall," he said, pointing at his chest. He reeked of menthol cigarettes and had yellow, jaundiced eyes, and gestured a big hand towards the rest of the attendants. "Usually, we do introductions for a newcomer, but we're in the middle of something serious. I think you chose a great first meeting to attend. This one's about relapse." Marshall looked at an older man who held his head in his hands. "Here." He pulled another folding chair into the circle, and I sat. He looked left and shared an awkward smile with an older, petite woman. To my right was a fat man with what looked like mud around his mouth. He was breathing heavily, and his eyes were partly closed, like he was trying to ignore some kind of pain. "Gary," Marshall groaned as he sat. "You mind continuing?" The older man who had been holding onto his face suddenly sat back straight. and wiped his nose. Well, as I was saying, I thought Greta wasn't going to be home until the next day. You know how dangerous that is. No one home, no one to judge. We get the house to ourselves. And suddenly, all we can think of is getting a fix. The others around me nodded knowingly, and I did too, to fit in. Well, I just wanted a fix, a high. You know how it goes. I'm getting older, and it's getting harder to find people to pick up from. But there's little in this world that can stop a fiending addict from finding a fix. And the next thing I know, I'm in my living room, deep in a bag. My wife did get home on time. She wasn't even early. That's how screwed my sense of time became. She found me all messy in the morning, and He shook his head and his voice cracked as he began to cry. She left me. I was clean for 7 fucking years. One relapse and she left me. She said she couldn't live with the fear of having a husband who might always go back to his old habits. I was getting secondhand sadness for this guy. It was miserable to watch, but suddenly, everything changed. I mean, it was evil. He was so young, but I'm too old to go after an older boy. I brought my head back in surprise, and the people I was seated next turned to look at me. I pretended to act natural. Something felt off about this whole meeting, and I had just realized what. There was only one woman. The rest were men, and this entire thing felt secretive, like they were hiding something that could get them in trouble. I realized I found myself in the middle of a pedophile support group. Marshall cleared his throat. Now, Gary, and this goes for you too, Jack. We only use euphemisms here. Refer to the boy like he's a drug. Don't name names. Don't say anything that makes it seem like we're anything other than a drug support group. We're pretty sequestered up here on the 3rd floor, but you never know who's listening. Gary nodded and wiped his nose. I tried my best to keep my composure. I needed to do something. I needed to report this meeting. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the room jolted. In the doorway stood a tall, long-haired man. His boots were muddied, and his face displayed a kind of fury. He wore a long trench coat, concealing what I imagined were weapons. Suddenly, I feared for my life. I was sure he was some kind of peta-killing vigilante, and he was about to group me in with the rest of them. He walked quickly into the circle and grabbed the fat man seated next to me by the neck. Have you told him? The vigilante growled. Have you even told the group? Or are you just fucking sitting here with your guilt? I know it was you. They have your description already, you son of a bitch. And you come here. The fat man didn't say anything. He just looked sick. Suddenly, the vigilante started to violently force his fingers into the fat man's throat. The rest of the group began to protest, and Marshall stood up and pulled the vigilante off. Run! None of that here! I was somewhat relieved that the man was known by the group, but now I was just confused. I thought about using the commotion as an excuse to slip out, but I was too interested. Do you know what he did? The long-haired man shouted, and Marshall shook his head. A baby, Marshall, in broad daylight. A baby! I thought about the cops I saw at the cemetery earlier, and my eyes peeled back in disgust. He'd abducted a baby. What kind of monster? But I was missing something. The fat man swayed, and suddenly, a torrent of brown, black vomit spewed from his mouth. My eyes were focused on something pale that sat in the pile, but I couldn't believe it. I'm sorry, said the fat man in between dry heaves. It was just so fresh. I watched the bulldozer. He paused to burp, and my shocked brain finally realized what the pale thing was that sat in his pile of vomit. Bury it. I watched the bulldozer bury it. It was just so fresh. Please, a guilt-free snack. I'm sorry. You guys are lucky. I know you guys hate it, but I'm cursed. I really don't mind the taste of embalming fluid. Oh, thank God, I thought, and wiped my brow. These weren't pedophiles. They were cannibals. I stood up, bowed a little, and left the room. Everyone was too busy arguing with each other to even notice. I haven't had a hit of heroin in 87 days, by the way. Pretty rad. Whenever I want a hit, I just think about the shame of relapse. Heroin ain't that great. Not at all. Getting high again still sounds good sometimes, but I just think of that fat cannibal, the shame of his relapse that shined in his eyes as he stared at the little baby leg curled in a pile of his own vomit. The title of this next story is The Branchless Oak Tree. Excluding some tropical species, such as coconut and banana trees, no tree can survive long without branches. And yet, defying all explanation, I saw a pair of branchless oak trees in the summer of 2015. When I use the word branchless, I'm not referring to a stump or a tree that has shed its leaves during the winter. I'm talking about two 15-foot tall tree trunks, both sporting identical pointed peaks and surfaces of jagged bark. No branches or leaves, no severed branch stumps on the bark that would indicate the old oaks had ever been anything other than monolithic plants. Bizarre, I chuckled, not necessarily riveting dinner talk. I know. Believe me, I wouldn't be recounting the tale if it had ended there. I chose to follow the overgrown footpath between the two pillars of bark, rather than the well-maintained public footpath which led far away from the ominously bare trunks. I've always been a contrarian, so I suppose I wanted to satiate my hungry ego by taking the less trodden path. I'm no tourist, I inwardly scoffed. Hubris always comes before the fall, or as my son would say, I had succumbed to my main character energy. I wish I'd taken the popular path. I waded through leaves and moss, and the undergrowth crunched beneath my walking boots. I had no intended destination in mind. I was just looking for somewhere to set up my base camp. I knew how to retrace my steps. I saw no harm in taking a mystery trail. From time to time, I simply like to separate myself from the world. I venture on solo camping trips to clear my head. My wife and children don't take much interest in nature, so it's not that I purposefully exclude them. Frankly, I thank God that they weren't with me on this particular trip. Whilst camping in the middle of a clearing, I was awoken by rustling sounds outside my tent. I tried to ignore them, squeezing my eyelids together and angrily attempting to force myself back to sleep. Frustration quickly turned to fear. The noises that engulfed my tent were unlike any I'd ever heard. High-pitched squeals, similar to trainer soles squeaking against the hardwood floor, were emitted from every direction. Heart racing at tremendous pace, I sat right up and stared at the fragile wall of material that was separating me from whatever unidentifiable things were out there. Very little moonlight reached the clearing. Thankfully, so the shadows that danced on the outer fabric of my tent were indistinguishable. That made it easier to tell myself the creatures were simply foxes. They weren't foxes. I knew that. I used string to build a makeshift lock for the zipper on my tent. I didn't want anything opening the door to my vulnerable fortress. After that, I lay down and waited. The piercing yipping noises eventually died down, but I didn't immediately fall asleep. I intended to stay awake all night, but I must have eventually passed out. I think terror can do that to a person. In the morning, I planned to leave the haunting woods and go home. You can imagine my horror when I unlocked my tent door and found that I was no longer in the forest clearing. My tent had been moved whilst I slept. More horrifyingly than that, I found myself stuck in a thick cluster of branchless trees. As far as the eye could see, I was surrounded by those eerily wrong oak trunks. I instantly packed my tent and belongings. I weaved between the densely packed trees on the new branchless forest in which I found myself in. No luck. I'd completely lost my bearings. I had no idea where I'd been taken. The branchless forest was the same in every direction. All I could see was endless bark. And when the sun began to fall below the tip of the treetops, I realized I'd let the wintry day slip away from me. Night was approaching quickly, but that wasn't what terrified me most. The horrid squeals had returned. As the sun dipped lower and lower, the squeals multiplied and loudened. Before long, The sound was accompanied by rustling bushes. Panic turned me to stone. My walking slowed, and I started to believe I would never leave the forest. I was unbelievably happy when I found the stream, my saving grace. I couldn't find it on my map, but I didn't have time to think about the horrifying implications of the fact. Every stream has to lead somewhere, even in a dense landscape of alien trees. I had no idea which way to walk, so I followed the stream east, trying fervently to ignore the cacophony of squeals and rustling shrubbery. I pressed onwards. I was stumbling around in complete darkness at this point, guided only by the dim light of my cheap torch. After an hour of walking, I finally found something promising. A cave. I didn't plan on entering it, but I welcomed any sort of landmark that could break the monotony of ceaseless tree trunks. My victorious moment was short-lived, however, as I was interrupted by small, pattering sounds from behind me. I quivered as I twisted around and moved my torchlight towards the source of the sound, finding myself gazing upon a terrifying gaggle of 24 tiny, humanoid creatures. Each one was about 30 centimeters tall, had 2 ant-like feelers in lieu of eyes, and brandished a ghoulish set of black fangs. Each one also had 4 vaguely human arms, along with 2 vaguely human legs. As they walked towards me, they dropped forwards and used all 6 limbs to scurry like insects. I backed away incredibly slow, almost too petrified to move. My torch shook violently in my near-numb hand. In a flood of sound and a flash of rapid movement, one of the fiendish things charged for my leg and made quick work of snacking around it. I screamed as the creature began to constrict my limb, cutting off its circulation. The creature's friends released a chorus of seemingly jubilant squeals. I didn't wait for the others to join their brave leader. I ferociously punted the trend-setting creature with the rear end of my torch, and it hissed in pain, uncoiling from my leg. Body shaking in horror, I seized my small window of opportunity and started sprinting towards the cave mouth. The 6-limbed monstrosities pursued me, rapidly closing the gap between us. I expected them to devour me in the entrance to the black chasm I was approaching. They didn't. As I fell into the nothingness of the cave, I turned around to look at the now stationary group of horrifying ant people. They were just standing at the entrance of the cave and watching. It was as if they were too afraid to step inside, and I really should have paid more attention to that. A hiss, like a sand timer being flipped upside down, erupted from the deepest point of the cavernous pit. I shuddered, but I realized I had 2 options. I could either face certain death from the ant people at the door to the cave, or I could risk whatever lay in wait. There wasn't really a choice, but I chose the latter. My torch barely illuminated the few yards in front of me, so I was mostly wandering in pitch blackness. The hissing creature was suddenly entirely silent. The only sound in the cave was that of my echoing footsteps. Even the ant people had ceased their squealing. What did they fear in the heart of that dreadful place? That was when I saw it. The cave itself was not particularly big. It was more of a room than a home, and I stumbled into the room of the ghastliest thing I've ever seen. The ant people paled in comparison. My torchlight could scarcely do justice to the enormous being before me. In the very far corner of the cave, about 100 feet from the entrance, was a 10-foot-tall insect. Actually, no, I don't think it was an insect. Much like the ant people, it possesses some characteristics of certain insects and arachnoids, but this creature was a beast unto its own. The thing was essentially just 6 hairless legs, similar to those of a human, other than the length and the pointed ends instead of feet. At first glance, it seemed like a spider with 2 missing limbs, but I quickly ascertained that the creature had no discernible body. Its body was its legs. The thing had no head. Its 6 limbs met at a central point, but there was no indication of any torso that would contain organs or sensory tools. Yet, The creature certainly lived, and it certainly sensed me. Its horrifying six legs started to tentatively crawl towards the source of the torchlight. I wasn't going to wait around for another monster to seize my body and devour it. I scanned the walls of the cave, looking for a hiding spot. In the other back corner, there was a cluster of rocks. If I could just crawl in there, I might be out of reach, I thought. I sprinted at a speed I didn't know I could reach. The six-legged thing hurtled after me, its limbs making a horrific clicking sound as they galloped across the stones beneath them. Diving for a gap behind the rocks, I crawled out of each and shone my torchlight onto the creature, which lay beyond my rocky fortress. The thing unleashed a menacing howl and proceeded to jab the sharp ends of its fleshy limbs at the holes between the rocks. Fortunately, the rocks shielded me, but the wait until sunrise was unbearably long. As daylight began to fill the cave, I squinted through the cracks in my rocky wall, and I was fairly certain the ant people had vanished. I had a plan, but I only had one shot at making it work. Searching in my rucksack, I found what I needed, a flare. I just had to hope it would scare away the six-legged thing that was valiantly attempting to turn me into minced meat. Not pausing to make any more plans or rethink my decision, I lit up the flare. It worked. The creature wailed in terror, backing away into its original corner of the cave to escape the scorching blaze of the flare in my hand. I hurriedly scrambled free of the rocky fortress, keeping the flare in front of me, and I ran to the entrance of the creature's den. I was determined not to spend another day in that nightmarish forest. I followed the stream the other way. After hours and hours of walking, I finally found something that briefly stifled the fear in my heart. I found trees with branches and leaves. Recognizing my surroundings, I managed to retrace my steps and find the original overgrown path that I followed through the two branchless trees, the trees that started that mess. I've never talked about this incident to anyone. I couldn't find that forest of branchless trees, the stream, or the cave on any map. I don't know how I stumbled upon it. I don't know how I escaped from it. I only know one thing. If you ever see a branchless oak tree, walk away. The title of this next story is My Wife Disappeared Last Year. Today, she came home. My wife, Antonia, disappeared on June 9th last year. She was supposed to be at home, taking care of the kids, while I was at work. But no, she wasn't home. I took care of the house and the kids without worrying about my job, because I was given paid leave due to the sudden disappearance of my wife. Antonia was loved by everyone in the neighborhood. She opened a cheap daycare center right next to her house, allowing parents who couldn't afford to put their children in a normal nursing home to finally rest easy. She used to also host parties and barbecues in our house and invite everyone in the neighborhood to join in without worrying about any costs. She was so loved that even the mayor of our town showed up to her empty casket funeral. I knew Antonia for just over 12 years before she disappeared. We were high school lovers who had everything work out well for them. We argued every once in a while, but what couple doesn't? I asked her to marry me 4 years ago. We had 2 kids together, a boy and a girl. The oldest, Jeremy, is 7 years old, while his sister is 4 years old. A lot of people seemed to be sadder than I was that she was gone. I was adjusting well to her being gone. Yet, today, when she walked into our front yard and stood in front of our front door while hiding her hands behind her back, I couldn't believe it. I thought I was seeing a ghost. She was still wearing the same clothes she was wearing the last time anyone saw her alive. And she seemed normal? There was no blood, no cuts, no anything. Her limbs were all attached and she seemed human. I knew this couldn't be real. I remember vividly that I cut her limbs off while she was screaming and begging for mercy. I remember putting what remained of her into a bag of rocks and dumping it into the ocean. I made sure nobody saw me, and I made sure to tell nobody. Yet there she was, standing on our front porch, looking straight into the doorbell camera and smiling. I have to admit that I was scared, not for the kids, not for myself, but by what this thing was. I got even more scared when my son saw his mother through the window and opened the door for her. I locked and barricaded my office door before I got my gun from the safe in my desk's drawer. Forget about the kids, I thought to myself. I never really loved them anyway. I looked at the monitor that displayed my doorbell camera feed. She was no longer there. I heard the kids talking with her downstairs, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. Not like it mattered. Because then I heard screaming. I felt my entire body vibrate. My ears were blasted with shrieks of terror and pain that I never want to hear again. A second later, and there was no noise in the house, not even the air conditioning unit or the creaking floorboard of this old house made a noise. Nothing apart from a heart punching through my stomach and a thud that repeated every other second. I knew that sound. It was the sound of something slowly walking up the staircase. That thing wasn't my wife. I never had a true wife. I never had kids. All of the evidence lined up. Antonia was cheating on me with my best friend. I was sterile. I couldn't have kids. She hired 2 people to take care of the daycare, while her and Matthew were playing together while I was out at work. That's why I saw his car on my driveway one day. That's why I called her asking what she was doing that same day, and she sounded exhausted. I never called her out for it. I just poisoned her drink one night while the kids were sleeping. I took her into an abandoned cabin on the outskirts of the small town we lived in and did my deed there. Once I was done, I took all of the evidence to a lake and dumped it into the ocean, making sure that it sunk in. Some people suspected I did it. I was the cause of her disappearance, but there was no evidence of any wrongdoings on my part. They had nothing that could pinpoint it on me. Not even her parents suspected a thing. They told me they were sorry for my loss at her empty casket funeral. I kept in touch with them for a while before they both died in their sleep, within a week of each other. They were good people, the only good involved in the story. I relived all of our memories together in my head. Our first date, our first kiss, our wedding, everything was going well. We didn't even want kids. I don't know why she did it. Why did she betray me in such a way, especially with my best friend? I heard slamming on the door and felt the entire house shaking. I knew I didn't have time and had to act fast, but what could I do? I thought of calling the cops, but would they believe me if I tell them that my wife is back from the dead and trying to kill me? I could try and shoot it once it makes it past the doorway, but if cutting her into several pieces and dumping her into the ocean was not enough to kill her, several bullets will definitely be of no help. I could fight it and try to knock it out and run out the door, but the entire house shakes every time it slams on the door. Even I couldn't do that with all of my strength. And even if I am successful, wouldn't it just find me again? I could jump through the window of my small office and make her run to my car. But wouldn't it be suspicious if I was in my pajamas driving out of state while my house had 2 dead kids in it? I thought of my last option. I had no chance of escaping without ruining my entire reputation or getting killed. At some point, the truth will come out. People will find out what really happened to Antonia, so why not finish the job myself? By the time you're reading this, I would have hopefully put a bullet in my brain. The title of this next story is I Killed Something Invisible. For weeks, I knew I was being stalked. It started with my bras. Everything I'd meticulously sorted by color had been sifted through and returned out of order, unwrinkled, but changed. And they felt different, like they'd been washed with the wrong detergent or touched with soapy hands. But it wasn't just that. There was a wrongness in my apartment. The floor creaked randomly. One day, I found a large handprint on my mirror that hadn't been there when I left for work this morning. There was an odor too, one I'd only smelled at funeral homes before. Then, one night, I woke up to the feeling of hot breath in my face, like a dog was inches away, panting at me. I sat up and heard the thump, and something landed on my floor. Go away! I screamed as footsteps retreated into the distance. I turned on all the lights and found the room empty, but I never did go back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped out of bed and felt a sharp pain on my foot. Looking down, I found a sharp, needle-like object embedded in the floor. I took it to the bathroom to look at it under stronger light, and I realized that the needle turned transparent when viewed from certain angles. I tried to look online, but I couldn't find anything like the needle. Then, in the middle of my next search, my router went out. The sounds mostly came at night, but then things started happening in the daytime too. A pair of my running sneakers disappeared right after a jog, and then when I was showering, I heard someone whisper, "Oh my God, you're so beautiful." I screamed and screamed and screamed. The next morning, I bought a gun. The guy at the store, a bearded, fatherly type, tried to sell me a 9mm that looked like a toy. But I sprung for a Sig Sauer 365, complete with a 10+1 magazine. I hadn't gone shooting since my dad had taken me to the range back in my teens, so I figured I might need a few shots. That night, I slipped the gun under my pillow and went to sleep. I woke up to the feeling of someone stroking my bare shoulder. My hips felt pinned to the mattress. I cried out in panic and pushed up as hard as I could. I heard a grunt, and then something grabbed my wrists and pushed me down. I felt the wet lips on mine. Then I swung my knee up, and I felt it collide with something soft. I heard a groan, and then something thumped on the hardwood beside my bed. I reached over, grabbed my gun, and shot at the groan until my clip was half empty. There was a hacking cough, and then a voice begging, "Wait, please, don't. I love you." I emptied the rest of the clip, and the voice was gone. There's a warm, wet pool in my bedroom floor now. I've been trying to mop it up, but it's hard because there's nothing to see. Then there's the invisible thing. It's like it's a little bigger than me. I'm not sure how I'll possibly lift it. A few minutes ago, as I was looking for my mop in the garage, another strange thing happened. My front door slowly opened and closed. I heard a few sets of footsteps enter. They walked to my bedroom. Since then, I've been hearing the sound of tape unrolling and bottles spraying. They're cleaning up, I realize. But what I don't yet know is if I'm part of the mess. The title of this next story is Someone Injected Me with Something, but... Last week, I, 20, female, was leaving a gas station when I felt a sharp pain in my side. The homeless man who I had just denied change was holding a small dirty syringe. I remember staring at him in shock and disgust as I fell into a deep, unwilling sleep. Apparently, the man had noticed the multiple witnesses when he attempted this attack. I was told that I was safe before he could do anything. All my blood tests came back fine, and I was given an antibiotic just in case. I was told he injected me with some sort of a homebrew sedative, and it might have some side effect as I process it out of my system. That night, I had horrible nightmares about the man and all sorts of fears. I woke with a splitting headache, a dull throbbing pain, and a sharp pain coming in waves. My head was full of cotton. I turned on the light of my bathroom and I tried taking my temperature. This task proved impossible as I couldn't focus on the numbers in front of me. Everything was fuzzy and dark. I drank some water and I only then realized how dry my mouth was. I peeled my tongue from the roof of my mouth as I attempted to swallow the water, a feat I found near impossible. After choking down the first sips, my thirst became unquenchable. I drank from the tap for an uninterrupted 30 seconds, sucking deep the water until I physically couldn't. I had risen from the sink for but a moment, whipping my head back down to puke it all out, or what I had assumed was most of it. Along with the surprising volume of fluid, there was a black bile. It stayed separate from the water in the sink and danced near the edge where the tap was running. It had a strange, colorful shine in the light, similar to an oil slick. I returned to bed feeling hydrated, nauseous, and exhausted. The next morning, I peeled my face from my pillow. Looking around, I noticed the blood, a small crust of dried blood, outlined where my face had been in the pillow. I felt my face gently and realized it was extremely painful. Touching my face felt like touching a giant pimple, inflamed and sensitive. Approaching my bathroom mirror again, I made two discoveries. 1. I had open sores surrounding the left side of my mouth. 2. The rest of my face was fine. The source of the pain was my hands. The fingers were dark, swollen, and clubbed. The flesh, tender and painful. The cuticles of my nails seemed to retract. I gave my doctor a call, and he told me to come in later that afternoon. I cooked myself a simple omelet for breakfast. I found it extremely difficult as my arms disobeyed me slightly, shaking and moving in ways I didn't want them to. Plating the meal, I turned to carry the plate to the table and was startled by a sudden sound of glass shattering. I looked around frantically for the source when I realized it was the plate. My hands were stiff and completely numb. The meal lay ruined on the floor. At this point, I decided to go to the emergency room. I had trouble navigating the stairs, and upon collapsing to the floor, my arms and legs stiff and uncooperative, I decided to call an ambulance. At the hospital, I was immediately put on IV drip, and they asked me a ton of questions. The doctors had discovered a series of small porous lesions across my stomach. The sight made me sick, a tight pack of holes surrounded by gray dead flesh. These holes went deep too. I couldn't bear to look at them. I gently explored with my fingers and found that I couldn't feel them. I could only feel that dull pressure, no sensation. I was sitting anxiously gripping my thighs, waiting for some answers. I was stressed and sickened, feeling my own body change in such a way struck me with a hopeless kind of terror. That's when I felt it, a soft wetness and a slight pain. I looked at my hands, on my thighs when I screamed. My thumbnail had pierced the thin bloated skin of my thighs through my pants. I frantically struggled to pull down my pants and revealed my legs were black and purple, covered in deep pus-filled lesions. I couldn't feel any of it. I felt weak, but overall normal, and I was looking at my skin and flesh being destroyed. The doctors moved me to a clean room until everything was sorted out. They did all sorts of tests and took many samples. I was never scared of needles, but the long, thick needle they used to take fluid from my back was mortifying. I began writing this because I fear this disease will take me. I wanted to record a few thoughts, even if they are delusional. The man in the suit, before asking me for money and later attacking me, the homeless man was talking to a businessman for an extended period of time. As I approached, I remember them both turning to stare at me. I only remembered seeing this man because I saw him again, looking through the window to my room. I pretended to be asleep and saw him just staring at me. What if this man had given him the syringe instead of the aforementioned spare change? I'm recording this via voice text, as my arms are no longer functioning properly. The nurse came in the morning, and I awoke with a start, swinging my arms wildly at her. I had no control as I watched my rotting hands claw at her. Eventually, the loose flesh on my arms sloughed off, exposing bare bones and muscle. The nurse, showered in my putrefied flesh, vomited inside her clean suit. She left the room. I cried out in horror, shock, disgust, and sadness. I couldn't control the movement of my altered limbs. My arm's bone was black, covered in dark lean muscle and thick tight sinew. No extraneous flesh remained on my long bony clawed hand. The doctors had restrained me, and we both agreed it was in our best interest. All I could do was apologize. I felt my legs rubbing against the thick straps. I could feel the flesh deteriorating, giving way to my new limbs. The doctors came in to give me some news when my long black arm broke free, slashing through his suit, and I'm sure my bony claw didn't stop at his suit. They sedated me as they retrieved their colleague. When I woke, they told me the man I infected progressed much faster, and this disease would soon kill me. Apparently, he requested to be killed. I was too weak for that. Because of my restraints, I can't see much, but I can see my exposed rib cage. Its form was dark and twisted. Sharp black bony growths all over my torso. My organs were shrunken and tight to my spinal cord. All extra meat and organ has melted and rotted away. As my limbs smash against my restraints, I can feel my jaw loosening and new teeth growing in. A moment ago, I stood up, bringing the hospital bed with me. I feel lightheaded, and it's hard to focus. Nothing seems real anymore, and I can't remember anything about who I was. My new arms finally escaped their restraints, and I am free. The title of this next story is My Childhood Town Isn't on Any Map. Sonder, a word used to describe the profound feeling of realizing every stranger around you has a life as complex and important as your own. It's also the name of the town I grew up in. Sonder lies on the eastern coast of the UK, on the north side of England. If you reach Scotland, you've gone too far. But if you're in Scarborough, you've not gone far enough. It sits somewhere between there, though I don't think anyone could be more specific. You see, you can't find it on any map, printed or digital, new or old, color-coded or satellite imagery. There is no sign of this town existing at all. If you pay enough attention online, you'll find the odd few people mentioning the place, like this that you're reading right now, like a whisper passing by in a busy place. You only know it's there if you're looking for it. Yet, to a vast majority of the world, Sonder is just a word. I was born there and raised within its confines. I moved away at 15, about 10 years ago. It was a peaceful seaside village, the type where everyone knows each other, the type where when someone hosts a get-together, all residents are invited. It was a close-knit community. I still remember it with mostly fond memories, the waves lapping onto the sand all through the night, the cobbled streets scorching your bare feet as you walked back from the beach on a summer's day, the dark woods that overlook the town from High Hill. High Hill is what we call it, the hill that stood next to Sonder. It blocked any chance of a view to other towns or cities. We resided in a valley at the edge of the sea, and whilst we liked it there, it felt very secluded. The town had a few small businesses. My favorite was Uncle Pete's Pizza. Everyone called him Uncle Pete, although he wasn't actually anybody's uncle. But his pizza place was perfectly between our home and my mom's pub. Every Friday, she would pick up a pizza on the way home. Absolutely no exceptions. Me and my older brother, Jacob, were always excited for this. Much of the town had been there for generations, the population naturally getting smaller as more and more of it became family. But a few people would move there every now and then. All of them found the town in the same way, a leaflet coming through the letterbox while searching for somewhere to move to. Every single time, the same story. They were driven here by a house moving service, I guess with no directions or map. It would be difficult to make your own way here. They were lovely. They really helped us, they would always say. Nobody ever really seemed to question it much. I mean, it's not like we were trapped. We could leave whenever we wanted. Make no mistake, Sonder was no prison. It didn't even feel like one. It's just difficult to find, and leaving just felt icky, like you shouldn't do it. As the internet became mainstream, it became more and more obvious to people that the town was so hard to find. Suddenly, people had friends from outside of Sonder, but they could never visit because they could never seem to find their way in. GPS signal was weak, and opening any app on your phone that tracked your location wouldn't pinpoint you. One truly odd thing about Sonder was the appliances. All of them had the same logo on somewhere, the letter V in a circle. Since leaving, I've tried to research this company, but to no avail. The moving company that people arrived in also had this logo on their vans. The town had its issues, none more known than the scream singers. At night, if you listened hard enough, you could hear them. A chilling, soft sound. It was almost like a distant scream, yet more melodic. Something enchanting, yet fills you with dread. Nobody ever saw them, but someone in the town would go missing every now and then, maybe once or twice a year. Someone lived alone and had been seen in a few days before anyone realized. Some were cuddled up to their partner in bed, only for their partner to wake up with no longer in their arms. The only thing they had in common is that there was never any sign of entry or struggle. My entire life, I've known the echoes over the valley to mean trouble. But my mother used to tell me stories of when the townsfolk thought they meant hope, a simpler time. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly when people made the connection between the disappearances and the whistles of the night, but they would always start a few weeks before a disappearance and stop the night after someone had gone missing. This had always intrigued me, but not as much as it did my brother. Jacob found it fascinating. Perhaps because he had never had someone close to him taken and didn't understand the pain. To him, it was just a mystery wrapped in questions. Some believed the scream singers to be the ones taking these people. Some believed their calls to be a warning that something darker is coming. Whatever people believed their intentions to be, everyone knew that their somber singing over Sonder was only bad news. My fond memories of the town became clouded when the trauma of my final few days there enters my mind again. Years of therapy have helped me cope, but I feel talking about it publicly is the final thing that may bring me peace. As far as I know, I am the only person to have seen a scream singer, or at least the one living person. It was the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the 21st of June. Sonder has always held a small festival on this day. It dated back almost a century at the time, being the 97 consecutive solstice celebration. The festival took place not during those long sunlight hours, but as the sun began to set and the longest day ceased at about 9:30 p.m. But the town of Sonder felt more melancholy than usual, especially for the festivities that were going on. The scream singers had started their wails again about 3 weeks prior, getting louder and louder each passing night. Sure enough, about an hour after the festival began, you could faintly hear the noises again, piercing through the sweeter melodies of the festival and the chatter of the crowds. People tried to ignore it and continue the celebrations, but every time the wind blew in just a particular way to make the noises more prominent, you could see the look on everyone's faces, the unspoken, silent fear washing through the crowds like a wave. My mom's pub, really, our family pub, was right at the festival. As such, the doors were wide open, and people kept coming in and out. It was always one of the busiest nights of the year. Me and Jacob were sat drinking red wine. He was 17 and had a proper glass, but I still had half lemonade in mine. It was the only night of the year I was allowed to drink alcohol. The festival was still going strong when Jacob had the idea to go a little out of town and get a better listen to the scream singers. I was hesitant, but I was always up for an adventure. So, half reluctantly, I agreed. We got a few streets away before the howling became louder than the music. We were stood in the perfect mix of unknown to one side and enjoyment to the other. We should not have kept going. But we did. We reached the final building before the cobbled streets turned to grass and mud, and didn't stop there. Without saying a word to each other, it was like we knew what we wanted to do. We wanted to be the first people to have seen the Scream Singers, the first to understand them. We didn't know that only one of us would catch a glimpse. High Hill was steep, but not too steep. You didn't need your hands to climb it. It just took a lot of energy. Every now and then, we looked back at Sonder. You would almost think it was a ghost town from how dark it looked, if not for the bright festival right in the center, the only clue of any life all packed together. The sounds of cheering, singing, and music echoed up the hill. All the while, the sounds of ghostly wails echoed down. A battle between good and evil, not seen, but only heard. As we reached the dark woods, we looked at each other. It felt like we hadn't spoken in ages, so I broke that. "We're really doing this?" Jacob nodded. I knew he would. I just needed to say something. Hearing nothing but ghastly screeches was driving me insane. We wandered around in there for what seemed like forever, though it was closer to maybe 5 minutes. Every slight crunch made me flinch and turn around. There was never anything there, but the haunting screams which were all around us. We reached a clearing, and the sounds of the scream singers seemed louder than ever. In the center of the clearing was a rock, about as tall as me, and a little wider. Jacob held me, as he could clearly tell I was scared. "It's all right. It's just sounds. There's nothing to be afraid of. Maybe we should head back." His words didn't comfort me. They only told me one thing. He couldn't see what I could see. Stood on the rock is something I will never get out of my mind. A tall, gray figure, about twice as tall as any human I'd ever seen. It had 2 arms, but only one hand. The hand it had looked what I can only describe as twisted. Its fingers weaved together in a way that didn't make sense, and certainly wasn't natural. The shape of it was overall humanoid, but the proportions were all wrong. It had no eyes, at least none at first. I was terrified looking at this thing, but the moment my heart truly dropped was when eyes appeared. They slowly came out of its skin. There was no evidence that this creature should even have eyes. There were no holes for them, but as its face opened, in a mesmerizingly disturbing way, I saw 2 eyes slowly come forward. The face closed again, with the eyes looking right at us. There were only 2 eyes. I counted them. 1, 2. Its face opened up again as it let out a horrific scream. I ran. I ran faster than I ever have before in my life, only occasionally looking behind me to make sure Jacob was running with me. He was, but he wasn't running from the scream singer. He was only running to catch up with me. He had no idea why I was so scared at that moment. We ran all the way down High Hill, nearly tripping over. Running down a steep hill is difficult at the best of times. As we got back onto the cobbled streets, I turned around and looked up at the woods. No sign of anything chasing us, but the screams were still so loud even down here. By this point, Jacob had caught up and was right beside me. He kept asking why I was running, but I was too shocked to answer him yet. We ran another street, and he reached out to hold me. I stopped running and let him hug me. He told me that whatever I saw, it was going to be okay, and that we were safe. I closed my eyes with tears streaming down my face. I opened my mouth and began to explain what I saw, getting words out between choking on my tears. "It was this gray thing on the rock. You could see the rock, right? Well, on top..." I realized the howling had stopped. I opened my eyes. Jacob wasn't there. I was standing in the middle of the street with my arms out, hugging nobody. I looked to my right and could see the festival, I felt empty and confused. I walked through the crowd, tears still streaming down my face. I found my mother at the bar and she asked me where I had been and if I knew where Jacob was. I told her everything and she closed up for the night. We both knew that the scream singers had claimed their next victim. She wasn't angry at me for going to the woods. She held me tight, and neither of us spoke a word. We just wept and wept until we were too tired and empty to weep anymore. The next day was Friday. I got out of bed in the morning, after absolutely no sleep. My mom was downstairs packing boxes. She told me we were leaving that same day. Within an hour, we were in her car, driving away from home. We passed Uncle Pete's Pizza. I realized that this was the first Friday in my life that we weren't eating from there. As we drove further away from the sea, and I saw outside of that small town for the first time, I already knew that leaving our life behind would not fix anything. Sonder is still out there. I hope somebody can find it. The title of this next story is My Friend Convinced Me to Use a Ouija Board. I Never Should Have Listened. Can you toss me another beer? I implored as Sam reached for the cooler. Gotcha, bro, he affirmed, lobbing a nice cold Coors at my direction. I cracked it open and took a swig. Guns N' Roses blared through my cheap speaker, drowning the silence in a steady onslaught of 80s rock. This is the life, man, Sam proclaimed, bobbing his head in tune with the music. Is it though? Is it really? We've been out of high school for 4 years now. We have shitty dead-end jobs, no college degree, and the only socializing we do is with each other. I ranted, coming off a little more hostile than intended. Beats drinking alone. Yeah, you have a point. But don't you ever get tired of just sitting here, listening to the same old songs every weekend? When was the last time we actually got out and did something? I mean, we went and picked up pizza last week. That counts, right? Sam quipped, clearly amused with himself. No, that doesn't fucking count, dude. I want to do something exciting, you know? Something that really gets the blood flowing. I asserted, pumping a fist in the air to drive home my point. Honestly, I thought this conversation would come up again, so I came prepared this time. Sam grinned, dragging his backpack onto his lap. He produced a sleek wooden board from his bag. I immediately recognized it. A Ouija board. No, we're not screwing around with a Ouija board. Nothing good ever comes from that shit. Sounds like someone's a bitch, Sam taunted, crushing an empty beer can and chucking it at my head. No, I just don't want some creepy fucking demon thing following me around for the rest of my life. Well, suit yourself, but if you're not gonna join me, I'll just use it alone. I sighed. I knew that tone. When Sam set his mind on something, he was going to follow through with it, whether I was going along for the ride or not. And if I wasn't, I'd end up looking like the bad guy. Fine, 5 minutes. That's it. Woo! I knew you'd come around. Yeah, let's just get this over with. Okay, here's the rules, Sam stated, matter-of-factly. Don't take your hand off the planchette for any reason. Don't ask super personal questions. And never, I repeat, never end the game without saying goodbye. Got it? Yeah, I got it, I confirmed, glancing anxiously at the candles haphazardly scattered around my basement. Put your hand on the planchette, alright? Now what? Do we just start asking questions? Yeah, I guess. Sam shrugged. Are there any ghosts here? I sheepishly called out. The planchette remained motionless. Are there any spirits here with us tonight? Sam probed to no avail. It's not working, man. I told you this was a dumb idea, I chastised, earning me a disapproving scowl. Hold on, I've got something we can try. Sam reached into his back pocket with his free hand and pulled out a small book. I didn't recognize the language printed on the cover. What is that? Don't tell me it's another one of your little creepy cult idols or something. 1. Those aren't cult idols. They're talismans to ward off evil spirits. And 2, this is a spell book of sorts. It's supposed to attract entities. Come on, dude. A spell book? We're definitely getting possessed. We aren't getting possessed. Let me just read a few incantations. And if nothing happens, we can stop playing. Deal? Fine. But I swear if some dark force starts haunting me, I'm going to fucking kill you. I threatened, swiping my index finger across my throat. Yeah, fine. Whatever. He murmured as he thumbed through the pages. Sam finally paused when he reached the page he was searching for. His eyes connected with mine, and a glimmer of excitement flashed through them as he began to read. Sam rattled off several pages of unintelligible jargon before placing the book on the ground beside him. All right, let's try it again. He motioned as a wide smile inched across his face. Okay, is there anyone here with us? I inquired meekly, silently praying we wouldn't receive a response. This time, the planchette leaped into motion, flying across the board and stationing itself atop a word. Yes. My head began to swim, and my vision grew blurry. This couldn't be real. Sam had to be moving the planchette, right? Sam, this isn't funny. I know you moved it, I accused, sweat forming at the top of my brow. I promise I didn't. My incantation must have worked. Ask it something else, Sam eagerly demanded. What's your name? The planchette again began to glide around the board until it formed the name. Paimon. I could have sworn the air grew colder as a chill wormed its way up my spine. The candles flickered and a deep sense of unease settled in my gut. Sam resumed questioning it. How old are you? Don't know. When did you die? Didn't. Were you human? No. Are you a demon? Yes. I wanted so bad for the game to end. My brain was caught up in a vicious match of tug-of-war. My morbid curiosity hungered to know more about the entity, while fear begged me to put an end to the madness. Ultimately, my nerves won out. Sam, I don't want to play anymore. You got what you wanted. Ugh, you're such a baby. One or two more questions, then we can stop. One more question, then I'm done. Okay, one more. What do you want with us? The planchette crept across the board, nauseatingly slowly. Souls. A shiver rippled through my entire body. Nope, that's it. We're done, I insisted, shoving the planchette over the goodbye to end the game. It felt as if a veil was lifted as the tension in the surrounding atmosphere dissipated. I turned to Sam. All the color had drained from his face, and he stared at me wide-eyed. I could tell he didn't expect things to escalate like that. We are never touching this again, he squeaked. Agreed. Sam left soon after, and I hit the hay the second he slipped out the door. Our encounter with the occult had left me mentally exhausted. Sleep had no trouble finding me, and I snoozed soundly until I awoke with a start in the middle of the night. I bolted upright in bed, body drenched in a cold sweat. My eyes darted around the pitch-black room. It was too dark to see. I still have a tough time trying to describe the feeling, but it was like I could just sense a presence. I fumbled blindly for my bedside lamp switch. I fully expected the strange sensation to fade as dim yellow light bathed the room in a soft glow. But it didn't. I whipped my head to the right. I let out a deafening, soul-shattering scream as fear flooded through me. Just outside the perimeter of light stood a man. His clothing was well-tailored but looked far outdated. He wore a faded brown jacket, a gold pocket watch dangling from within. His legs were adorned with matching slacks and his feet donned sleek black dress shoes. A light tweed flat cap shielded his eyes. The man didn't so much as flinch at my sudden outburst. Who the hell are you? Get out of my fucking house! I timidly shrieked, brandishing an empty beer bottle as a makeshift weapon. The man remained silent, and then he looked up at me, revealing his face. Despite how well dressed he was, the man's face was completely butchered. The left side was engulfed in a dark purple bruise. A nasty gash appeared to have eviscerated his left eye. Deep lacerations enveloped his entire face. The right corner of his mouth was slit, revealing shattered, broken teeth. He glowered at me menacingly. I'd never witnessed such an expression of pure loathing hatred. I froze. I suddenly wished I was invisible. That horrid glare was enough to send the Incredible Hulk running for the hills. The man began to take a step toward me. That was enough to release me from my stupor. I scooped up my phone and darted out of my house, slamming the door behind me. I instantly called the cops, and they said they'd send a squad car out immediately. It was only then that I realized I was standing out on my front lawn in nothing but my tidy-whities. After 10 agonizing minutes of freezing in the November cold, the cops finally arrived. They did a quick sweep of the property and returned, empty-handed. "Son, are you certain you saw someone in your home?" A beefy cop asked me, suspicion seeping into his words. "Yes, I'm sure. He was standing over my damn bed, for fuck's sake." "Sir, we need you to calm down. Now, have you taken drugs recently? How about alcohol?" his Twiggy partner questioned. "No, I haven't done any drugs lately," I seethed, purposely failing to mention the 7 beers I downed a few hours prior. "Look, just let me show you where he was. Maybe you can pull up some fingerprints or something." The pair shot each other an annoyed glance before frustratedly followed me inside. I led them to my room, and when I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks, causing the skinny officer to bump into me. "All right, let's keep it moving," he uttered. I pointed a shaking finger at the man who was standing stock still in the corner of my room. His hateful expression hadn't faltered, instantly sending waves of fear pulsating through my body. "He's right there! Don't you see him?" I shouted, bewildered at the officer's lack of emotion. "Son, if this is some kind of a prank, we'll have you detained for falsifying a police report," the muscular officer snapped, clearly nettled by my revelation. "No, this isn't a prank, I swear. There's a man standing right there," I reiterated, jabbing a finger toward my unwelcome guest. "Okay, we're going to be leaving now. We'll let you off with a warning this time, but if you prank call us again, we will have you arrested," his partner promised. They turned and marched to the door, leaving me standing in the doorway to my room, bemused and slack-jawed at their accusation. "Fucking tweaker, man," one of them muttered as they slammed the door so hard that it rattled my framed photographs hanging on the wall. All the while, the man hadn't moved a muscle. I could feel his spiteful gaze burning a hole in my chest. "Okay, fuck this. I gotta get out of here," I whispered under my breath. I methodically picked up my discarded clothes from the day before, never taking my eyes off the man for a second. I didn't want to risk him lunging toward me if I let my guard down. I began to slip on my shoes when his face suddenly contorted into a demented smile. That evil, sadistic grin still runs rampant through my nightmares. His ruined face lit up like someone had just told him the funniest knock-knock joke in the world, and he started laughing. His dry cackling grew louder and louder, crescendoing in a deafening roar of twisted amusement. I snatched my keys from the nightstand and sprinted out of my house faster than an Olympic athlete. I tossed my clothes in the passenger seat, not bothering to put them on, as I peeled out of my driveway. I flew down desolate streets, checking my rear-view mirror every half second until I reached the Walmart parking lot. Hey, don't judge. I was terrified and had nowhere else to go. I reconciled on sleeping there for the night in lieu of the town's dank motel. I spent hours attempting to quell the fear and anxiety surging through my veins, and somehow I managed to drift into a fitful slumber. I was woken abruptly by a knock on my window. I winced as sunlight flooded into my sleep-addled eyes, temporarily blinding me. I instinctively rolled down the window and was met with a disheveled man wearing dirty, tattered clothing, sporting an impressively long, grizzly gray beard. "Spare some change?" he rasped, extending a meaty palm. "Dude, I'm sleeping in a Walmart parking lot in my fucking boxers. Do I look like I have any extra money lying around?" "Didn't have to be so rude about it." I felt a twinge of guilt for snapping at him as he trundled away. That tiny bit of remorse was quickly substituted for full-blown panic when I saw her. About 50 yards away stood a woman. She was drenched head to toe in blood, and her appendages were bent at weird angles. Her arms were twisted outward and extended forward like she was ready to embrace me in a mortifying hug. Her knees buckled inward, barely supporting her emaciated body. And that face. Her features were mangled and distorted. Her nose had been pulverized into a fleshy stump, and her face was caved in, lower jaw hanging on by a thread. Through all the blood and viscera, she bore that same loathing expression as the man from my room, one that chilled me to my core and left me rooted to my seat. I watched helplessly as she began to awkwardly shuffle toward my vehicle. She was a mere feet away from me when I finally regained mobility, and I didn't stick around to find out what she wanted. I slammed the car into drive and floored it out of there. I continued driving in a daze. Thankfully, the streets were far more populated than the night before, granting me a sliver of solace. I knew I had to get to the bottom of this. I called Sam. He picked up on my third try. "Sam, what the fuck did you get us into? I'm seeing freaking dead people everywhere. What kind of curse did you put on us?" I furiously screamed, a cocktail of emotions overwhelming me. "Listen, man, I know you're pissed and probably scared as shit. Just meet me at my house and I'll explain everything." It sounded like he hadn't slept all night. "You've got a lot of explaining to do," I raged, hanging up on him. I headed to Sam's place, gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I noticed at least half a dozen mutilated corpses interspersed on the side of the road along the way. Their dark, lifeless eyes only intensified the impending sense of doom that had flooded over me. Car crash victims, I quickly realized. I had no idea my town had so many. After 10 excruciating minutes, I finally arrived at Sam's house. I stormed up to his doorstep and hammered on his front door. "Sam, let me in, you dumbass," I cried into the cream-colored wood. "Just a second." He fiddled with the lock and cracked open the door. I shoved my way past him and burst into his living room. "I don't know what the fuck you did, but you better fix it." The words caught my throat when I spun around to face him. "Whoa, dude, you look like shit," I muttered ruefully. Sam had clearly been struggling with a recent malediction. His hair was a tangled and kempt rat's nest of greasy brown locks. His eyes were bloodshot, like he hadn't slept in some time, donning deep purple bags underneath. Sullen defeat was written across his countenance. "Yeah, I know I look like I just crawled out of a sewer drain, but that's not the point." "Oh yeah? Well, what's the point if you'd be so kind as to fill me in?" I fumed, roiled at his lack of explanation. "You remember that spell book I used?" I frowned. "Yeah, what about it?" "Well, it turns out one of those incantations I recited may have caused us to be able to see dead people." "I told you it was a bad idea," I hissed, glaring at him intensely. "I know, I've been up all night trying to figure out a way to reverse it. Obviously, I haven't had any luck. It shouldn't be too hard. Let's just look up how to undo the effects in that creepy-ass book of yours." "Yeah, well, here's the thing about that book. I got it from some old hippie lady and, she said it's one of a kind and what? I'm listening." What he said next filled my soul with dread. "And I thought it would break the spell, so I burned it." The title of this next story is, Am I a Bad Person for Abandoning My Friend in the Woods? Okay, before you tell me that, yes, of course I am. I feel like I should give you some background of what happened before I ran from that place, not even bothering to look back. So, please, just hear my side of the story, although it's not like she could tell you hers. My friend Sadie was really into urban exploration, and I'm really into hiking. When she told me she'd heard from a coworker about this old building deep in the woods, and they swore it was absolutely amazing, and you have to see it to believe it. Well, it sounded like the perfect trip for us. I was patient, and helped guide her as we hiked up the steep hills, navigated narrow ledges, and took shortcuts through streams. The same way she was patient with me when I took only one look at the exterior of the abandoned church before firmly declaring, "Nope." The building, or least where it stood, had been visible even far in the distance because it was a dark patch amongst the color of the fall foliage. At the time, I felt something sinister about it. Tall trees had grown up from inside the church itself, since there was no roof to constrain them. Judging by their height, probably many decades ago, they were blackened, as if by rot, leafless, and seemingly dead, standing in stark contrast to those around them. The younger trees had contorted themselves to reach sunlight through paneless windows as if trying to escape the same fate. I've heard some places that were deserted by humans described as being reclaimed by nature, but nature clearly wanted nothing to do with this place. Other than the trees emerging from it, the rest of the woods seemed to reject it entirely. Dead grass flanked the outside, and despite the mass of vines creeping up the trees we had walked by on our way here, none had as so much as touched the stone walls of the church. It was as if they too knew to leave it well alone. From the moment I saw the exterior, I had second thoughts, but Sadie wasn't even remotely dissuaded. She only managed to convince me to go in after I pointed out what looked like to be the bones of a small animal near the bottom of rotting wooden stairs, and she'd lightly said, "I'd hate to be outside with whatever did that." Even then, I had stared up at the building for long after she had entered debating, before I worked up the nerve to actually go inside. From the moment I passed the threshold, I felt a chill, despite my coat having been too warm on me just moments before. The smell of damp leaves and soil mixed with decay hit me as I walked in and was almost unbearable. Something crunched hard under my boot that had been hidden under the leaves. More small and brittle bones. From the look of it, I thought I could see bits of larger ones tucked away, swept under pews. The ill-looking trees had grown up and around the rotting remains of wooden pews, which had forced them into perfectly spaced parallel rows. It made me uneasy, made the scene all the more disorienting. I hovered near the entry, afraid to stray too far from the light seeping in through the door. Despite no roof to block it out, far too little sunlight made it into the building for my liking. I walked around and observed the splintered pews, some with faded and warped hymnals lying open and waterlogged from the recent rain, and was surprised that the once beautiful books were simply left there to ruin. It almost looked as if everyone had walked out during what was to be the church's final service and never returned. I didn't want to be alone and called out for Sadie. The sound of dead branches breaking underfoot greeted me off to the side, so I began to head towards that direction, until I heard her voice call out to me from straight ahead. I took one last uncomfortable look towards where I had heard something moving, and I thought I saw a fleeting glimpse of someone standing amongst the trees, but when I looked again, they were gone. That was more than enough encouragement for me to speed up, and I broke into a little run towards the sound of her voice, continuing through the unnaturally spaced trees. When I called out for her again, she didn't answer. I heard a humming sound instead, and walked towards it instinctively. I eventually made it to the front, but there was no sign of her. The humming was louder now. I was closer. Where an altar had once stood, there was instead a jagged and deep-looking pit. I walked around it, careful not to fall in. The air rising up from it was cold, colder than the rest of the church, and somehow managed to smell even worse than the rest of the building too. I tried not to get too close, but from what I could see, it was noticeably deep. I couldn't see the bottom. I realized that the humming I heard was the sound of an endless swarm of flies, circling around and coming from within the deep hole itself, more than I had ever seen at one time before. I froze when I spotted her glasses on the ground, several feet away. One thick lens had popped out, and the other was deeply cracked beyond repair. "Sadie?" I shouted, panicked. For a long moment, the buzzing of flies was the only response, so when she finally spoke, I nearly jumped. "I'm here! We're all here! We never left!" She whispered behind me. Her voice echoed, sounded hoarse, as if with disuse. She was crawling out of that awful hole, scrabbling at the dark and hardened dirt along the edges. I immediately ran to her so I could help her the rest of the way out, even though she seemed to struggle against me and almost pulled me down there with her. She was dirty, her black hair wet with blood, and matted around her head. She was dismissive as I fussed about her injuries, like the concerning gash on the back of her head that trickled bright blood around the neck of her coat, and how part of one eyelid was completely torn through. She had scratches all over her face, with the deepest of gashes concentrated around her eyes. I tried handing her what remained of her glasses, knowing how nearsighted she was, and hoping that one lens I was able to sort of put back in would help. But she pushed them away. "Oh, I don't need those to see anymore," she giggled. "What was down there?" I whispered. "I can show you," she replied with a smile. "I didn't want to see it first, but they helped me." I laughed nervously, unsure of what to do or say. I had wondered at the time if she had a concussion. I realized that she'd positioned herself so that she stood in front of me, with the pit to my back and my heels less than a foot away from the jagged edge. I could smell it before I heard the sound of something wet, smooth, arising from the pit as it brushed against the packed dirt. I could hear its movement behind me. "Iris, please, look," she pleaded, while the blood from her cuts and eyelid dripped down her face. I could see something casting a shadow on her. In the limited sight that seeped from the door and between the trees, she stared up at it and looked positively overjoyed. The shadowy details I could make out had for some reason terrified me, so I certainly had no interest in looking at it straight on. I tried elbowing past her, but despite me having both height and weight on my side, she tackled me to the ground easily. After only a few stumbled steps, she scratched at me with dirty and sharply ragged nails, eyes wild, desperately trying to pry my eyelids open. I could hear it coming closer, gliding over the wet leaves. I squeezed my eyes shut so hard it hurt. With particularly violent yank, and while digging into the fragile and thin skin under my eyes, she finally succeeded. Dazed, I looked at her and saw her staring upwards reverently, her eyes now leaking a mixture of tears and blood. Subconsciously, my gaze had followed hers. When I saw it, I expected a change, something terrible beyond words, especially after I had felt it behind me, smelled the scent of fetid meat mixed with damp earth. But it was beautiful. It had been here as long as the rivers, craggy rocks, and rolling hills themselves. I realized how foolish I had been to be afraid. I think you'll agree once you see it. I tried not to be too resentful that Sadie got to stay, that she got to become an unending part of the congregation under the ground, while I had to leave, while I had to taking off running towards the car and head home alone. In fact, I believe she was incredibly lucky in being able to stay. Well, I was told that someone needed to go to help others see before I can return. I'm not a bad person for leaving her there, am I? The title of this next story is Nanny Lily Saved Me. I was going to end my life. I had it all planned out. Didn't tell anyone and was going to do it in my flat, alone and out of the way. Please don't come to this post telling me how selfish I am, how I was wrong, etc. I already know. The day before, I made sure I spent time with my family and actually took time to sit and listen to them. I went to bed with the thought and mindset of it being my last night, and in the morning, I was going to take all the tablets I've been saving up and turn my phone off. I had a very, very weird dream. In the dream, I woke up. and I was on the sofa at my nan's old house. My nan died when I was 13, by the way. I woke up and she was sat next to me having her cup of tea on the pull-out wooden tray that she always had. Her dog Lulu, that died a few months after her, was by my feet and looked up at me. I was in shock. Nanny Lily is what I called her, and I even rubbed my eyes and she was still there. Savannah, I know what you're planning, and I'm disappointed to say the least. We aren't ready for you yet. You will always have a place here with us, but you need to carry on. You have so much to live for. If you do this, then there's no turning back. I apologized and said that it just hurts, and she just extended her arms and we hugged for what felt like a lifetime. We talked about a few more things. Suddenly, she told me that I needed to go and she will always watch over me. I woke up abruptly in bed and honestly, I started crying. I cried and sobbed because I so badly wanted to be with my nan. I sobbed because I let her down and I felt like even more of a failure that my plans were fooled. Somehow, she knew. I obviously didn't kill myself then. I womaned up. And now, I'm married and have the most gorgeous baby ever. I believe Nanny Lily was there for me in my darkest hour, and I'm glad I didn't go through with it. The title of this next story is Creepy Couple in the Grocery Store Parking Lot. I stopped quickly at Safeway on the way home from work. As I was walking back to my car, I saw a couple walking a fluffy white husky dog, a big dog, and in my head, I marveled at how fluffy the dog was. I love dogs. I got to my car and I was climbing in. I heard a female voice say something unintelligible. I glanced around, saw the guy who had his dog standing behind the car next to me, which struck me as odd and a little disconcerting. I hit the door lock button immediately. I started my car, and as I did, I noticed the girl standing on my passenger side, peering into my window, her mouth moving, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. She clearly wanted me to roll down the window. Oh fuck no. Nope, nah. Hell to the fucking no. Not a chance in hell. I've watched way too many true crime shows to even consider this. Do you know how many women go missing from grocery store parking lots? Neither do I, but based on what I've watched, a whole fucking lot. I made my eye contact for a half second, shook my head sternly, and put my car into gear. I reversed out of the spot, careful not to hit her, but while also completely ignoring her. As she got more and more distraught, waving her arms and flailing at my car, she was wearing pajamas from what I could see, and getting more and more upset at me ignoring her. Her partner remained in the shadows with the dog, seemingly unaware that I had already clocked him and was watching him too. There was a tiny part of my brain asking, what if she needed help? A much bigger part of my brain, nope. If they need help, they can go into the store and ask them to call 911. Also, there were two of them, and only one of me. I'm outnumbered, plus they have a huge dog. Why the fuck would they ask a small, young, lone woman in the parking lot for help unless they had nefarious intentions? My mind went to drugs. Maybe? Or God, trafficking? I'm almost certain they would be asking for money, or a ride somewhere, even more sketchy, or some form of assistance. And nah. I am under no obligation to help anyone, especially a stranger. Also, you know what? I have helped plenty of people today. I have helped people under careful, cautious observation. I work as a caregiver in a nursing home. If you're approaching a single young woman in a dark parking lot at 10:30 at night, I owe you absolutely nothing. Fuck off. Mama ain't raised no fool. Anyways, reminder to trust your gut. Read The Gift of Fear by Gavin DeBecker. Set up boundaries with people and hold strong to those boundaries. Be rude if it means keeping yourself safe. Stay sexy, and don't get murdered, my friends. The title of this next story is Insomnia. For starters, I'm a single father of a 14-year-old teenager. His mother unfortunately passed away during childbirth, And so I was left with my biggest sorrow and joy at once. Raising him all alone has been quite a task, but I received a lot of help and pointers from both my parents and my late wife's parents. Jason is a good kid. He has good grades, is respectful and understanding, and doesn't try to make my life a living hell, like I hear some other parents of teenagers explain. One persistent problem throughout his life has been sleep. He has always had difficulties with sleep. First, when he was just a baby, then a preschool kid, and even now, a teenager, experiencing the exact same problems. We've been to the doctors, and they've told us he has insomnia. And I believed it, until recently. He came into my room at around midnight 3 weeks ago and woke me up, although I wasn't actually sleeping yet. "Dad, I can't sleep," he said, and he looked scared, almost terrified. I could tell by his faint shaking and the way he held himself. "What's wrong, buddy?" I asked him, and he glanced at the now shut door and flinched. "It's just," he was tapping his fingers on his crossed arms. He doesn't look embarrassed or afraid to tell me like he had been numerous times before. When he broke something or misbehaved, this time he looked almost confused, unable to formulate the words. "There's always a dark figure in my room, just watching me while I sleep. I can feel his eyes on me." His voice was shaky. I could see the tears forming in his eyes. He was completely terrified, and he fell right into my arms, starting to sob. Now, normally any parent would just believe it to be a bad dream. But I thought of the worst, that there's an intruder. After he calmed down enough, I told him that I'd go look in his room and check. So like in horror movie fashion, I picked up a large kitchen knife and tiptoed all throughout the apartment, seeing if there are any intruders or evidence of a break-in. And in the end, I found nothing. Peculiarly though, his closet door was cracked open. As I was walking back to my bedroom, I heard him scream my name, and I ran inside with my knife at the ready. "He was here!" Jason was pointing with his fingers to the darkest corner of the room, sobbing uncontrollably. In the end, I found no one and nothing, and he slept with me that night. This thing kept occurring every other day where Jason would come to my room and just shake, and every single time he'd say that this dark thing is stalking him, getting closer each night. By the end of the week, he'd just sneak into my bed by himself without waking me, and I'd find him there in the morning. 2 weeks ago, I ordered a cheap set of simple security cameras and put them up around the apartment while he was at school, including one in his room. Yes, I know teenager privacy matters, and I really shouldn't put cameras around the apartment, let alone in his room. But I needed to get to the bottom of this thing that's happening, and I planned on taking them down after a week or two. The next morning, I found Jason huddled up next to me in my bed again. It was a Saturday, so I had no work and quietly slid out of the bed as to not wake him and made a coffee while turning on the laptop. I shuffled through the cameras and the recorded footage. The quality wasn't the best, but the cameras were cheap, so what did I expect? Jason's room was mostly quiet all night, from the moment he got into bed until the moment he got out and came to my room. He didn't move once, not a single moment. I tried enhancing the footage, making it brighter, to see the darkest corners of the room, but it was still too dark. When I rewatched the sped up footage for the third time, I finally noticed something. While Jason was in bed, his closet was closed, and shortly after he left, his closet cracked open, just slightly. I found the exact moment it happened, around 2 minutes after he left. I slowed down the footage, and the closet fucking opened by itself. Even I was freaked out now. I went to Amazon right away and ordered night vision cameras, which cost a small fortune. The next 2 days, I continued observing the footage. The second night, Jason never came to my room, and he never moved his sleeping position until I woke him. His closet also remained shut on the second day. However, during the first day after he left, it cracked open again shortly after. Once the new cameras arrived, I installed him in his room again and rewatched the footage the following morning. Jason stayed up very late that night, almost to 2 a.m., and he never went to bed in his room. He came straight to mine. This time, I watched the closet with such intensity that I thought even I could open it just by thinking about it. And sure enough, 2 or 3 minutes later, it cracked open. I zoomed in as much as possible and slowed down the footage. And that's when I saw it. A shadow moved across the room in a split second and past the closet. And the next split second, the closet cracked open. I slowed it down even more, rewatched it again and again. I could make out the figure. It was simply a blob of a shadow. I sighed and went to my room to wake up Jason. Those last days I had to wake him up because he'd sleep in for as long as he could. And even after sleeping for 12 plus hours, he'd still look tired, bags under his eyes. The next night was the last night Jason was awake. I woke up with him sleeping beside me as was usual these past few weeks. I slipped out quietly, not that it mattered, and went on with my morning routine of coffee and watching through the footage. He stayed up late again, 3 a.m. I considered scolding him for staying up so late on a school night. As I shifted through the footage, strangely though, the closet door never cracked open during the entire night. I coincidentally decided to look through the old cameras that were still set up everywhere else, including my room, and that's when my jaw dropped and I saw it, clear as day. A shadow of a skeletal hand hovering right above my son, on the wall behind him, the entire fucking night. I ran to my room and tried to wake him gently, as I did every morning, but he didn't budge. Then I tried violence. I shaked him and screamed at him to wake up. He didn't. I called the ambulance, having nothing else left to do. He was diagnosed in a coma. I kept watching those recordings again and again, dating back weeks ago, and I found something even more horrifying. Every night as Jason came to my room to sleep, the shadow followed him. I watched through multiple cameras as the shadow sped from his room to the hallway, to the kitchen, and then into mine, all within a couple seconds. And then there, in my room, it loomed right over him, getting closer and closer every single night. I don't know how to describe it. It's unlike anything I've seen before. A shadow, but so dark, so black, that the darkness of the room illuminated it in a strange way. This brings me to last week's and today's events. I too have started feeling a presence. I too have started seeing the shadow looming at the corner of my eye. And I too have started having it inching closer to me as I sleep, every single night. I frantically put together a timeline today, and judging by it, today is the last day I'll be able to wake up on my own, which means unless I'm awoken tomorrow, I won't wake up again. I drove to my parents' house today and I'm going to spend the night there. They have very specific instructions to wake me. I want to see if this thing will follow me all the way here too. And I still need to figure out how to wake up my son and figure out what this thing did to him. If you enjoyed that horror story, feel free to hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and click that notification bell so you won't miss any of my future uploads. And click one of the videos right here if you want more horror stories like that. And as usual, I'll see you again next time. Have a creepy night. Hello and welcome to The Blank Potato. This horror story is uploaded by Reddit user Core Harriet. If you want to learn more about the author, link in the description. And the title of the story is Insomnia Part 2. Before we start, I would just like to invite you to please like this video, subscribe if you haven't already, and click the notification bell so you won't miss any of my future uploads. So, get comfy and let's begin. My name is Matt. Please remember it. I never thought I'd be making a part 2, but here I am. The last 12 hours have been a total roller coaster of emotions, and I haven't been able to have even a second of sleep for the last 18 ever since I woke up. Let me begin where I left off last time. My parents' house. I never once tried explaining to them what I had seen or experienced. I knew they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't even try to understand. They were always big skeptics of the unknown, always thinking there's a logical explanation to everything, and in this case, there was one too, even if there wasn't. My parents woke me up at 1 p.m. They thought I'd wake up by myself, but I didn't. I startled awake to my father's worried face peering down into my eyes. "I thought you wouldn't wake up," he had said in a concerned tone, then cleared his throat and started walking off. "Go shower." I got up, feeling like I hadn't slept at all. My body was completely exhausted. I felt different, almost like something was missing. A big part of myself. I tried to remember what I even was doing in my parents' house in the first place. Then I remembered setting up my phone to film me. I remembered the shadow, but I couldn't remember why I tried to film it. The footage captured by my flimsy phone camera, with no way to properly enhance it, was useless to me, and it didn't film anything noteworthy. I decided to check my phone and found thousands of your notifications and my post from that Friday. That post that I don't remember writing. "Jason? A son? I have a son? What?" Questions flooded my mind as I read and reread the words I didn't recall writing. I frantically drove back to my apartment, not really sure what I was looking for. I explored every room and found his, my apparent sunroom, tidy and clean. A couple superhero posters on the walls, a desk with a laptop on it, a bed with marble design covers. My head was spinning, a horrible migraine. So I popped the pill. Jason. Jason. I had written that I had a son named Jason. I took my phone and called my dad. "Hey Matt, what's going on? You left so urgently." "Jason? Do you remember Jason?" I huffed into the receiver. "Jason? No, can't say I do. Is that a friend of yours? Did something happen?" He replied thoughtfully. Fuck, I thought. "No, never mind. Thanks, Dad." I hung up before he could say a word more. This clearly fucking says I have a son named Jason. Jason, that is, in a coma. I went through my phone. There were no pictures of a 14-year-old boy anywhere on there. I looked all over the house. No photo albums. Absolutely no evidence of him ever existing here, besides a child's seemingly untouched room. My heart was aching. My head was spinning. The feeling of missing something, but not knowing what it is. Like it's at the tip of your tongue. It was unbearable. I found the death certificate of my wife and carefully read through. It clearly fucking said that she passed while giving childbirth. So where is this fucking child? Why can't I remember him? I remember her clearly. I rummaged through the house, making a total mess of it all. But in the end, I found nothing. No birth certificate, no all documents, no teacher's notes, or doctor's appointments. I collapsed on the couch in the living room, feeling exhausted, my eyes heavy, but something was tugging at the back of my head to not sleep. So, I picked up my laptop instead, and that's when I rediscovered the camera footage I talked about last post. I saw him. I clearly saw my son, Jason, who I didn't remember, climbing into my bed at 3 a.m. I saw the shadowy thing or figure, his skeletal hand hovering above him. Then, going forward until the morning, I saw myself screaming and shaking him awake, but he never woke up. I rushed to the hospital. I thought I might have left him in. I needed to see him. "Jason, I need to see Jason," I said to the receptionist, out of breath. "Jason? I don't think we have a patient named Jason here," the young lady replied, not looking up to me. "A 14-year-old boy in a coma?" I questioned. "Oh, his name is Jason? Are you a guardian?" "What?" I whispered under my breath. "I'll need to see some ID, please," she continued. I pulled out my passport and handed it to her. "Do you have his ID as well?" I stuttered. "I don't." "Then I'm afraid I can't let you see him." She finally looked at me, looked into my eyes, with this regretful look. "Look, wait, I have proof he is my son. I have videos of him living in my apartment. Let me go get my laptop from my car, I said. And before she replied, I scurried away. And would you fucking believe it? My laptop, it was fucking gone. There was literally no evidence of any break-in into my car. I didn't go back in there. There was no point. I took my phone out and read the post again. I needed to make sure I wasn't going insane. It sure as hell felt like I was. How is it possible to forget you have a child? How is it possible the rest of the world forgets it too? I saw a couple of direct messages. One of them caught my interest. I know what you're dealing with. It might have as well been a troll, but I had nothing to lose, so I wrote back. Please help me. I drove back to my apartment, thinking of sleep the entire way there. But a voice at the back of my mind kept telling me not to. Do not sleep. It warned me. You will regret it. I observed the sorry state of my crazed apartment as I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. I put on the kettle for a coffee and checked the messages. This is an entity straight out of your worst nightmares. It enters your life like a parasite during sleep paralysis and inches closer to you, draining your life force itself as it does so. A following message came in. It preys on you when you are at your most vulnerable, in a state of sleep. The longer it's attached to you, the more tired you'll feel every night, and the more life it will drain out of you, until the usual healthy amount of sleep no longer can recharge your body. That's what happened to your son. His energy ran out. He needs more sleep than ever before to be able to wake up, and it won't let him. This thing, it can divide itself, keep its victims paralyzed, so they cannot wake up on their own. And once you're weak enough, they can't be woken up by anyone else either. It'll continue draining on him until the day he dies. This is absolutely batshit fucking crazy. I recall this shadow, this eerie feeling of someone constantly watching me, and I also wrote about it in my last post. What's it called? I asked. And then right after, and how in the hell did it erase someone from existence? It's complicated. I'll give you an address. Come there, and no matter what, don't sleep. I put in the address into the GPS, and it's 1.5 hour drive. I stocked up on coffee and got into my car straight away. The entire drive there, I felt the presence at the back of my neck, and I could see slight shadows moving at the corner of my eye. But when I looked towards it, everything was as still as ice. After the excruciating 1.5 hours were over, I sent the mystery man a message. I'm here. The address was of an old, almost abandoned looking house. I stepped out of my car and headed to the front door. Before I could knock, it swung open, and an elderly, homeless looking man with a long dirty beard and grayed out hair stood there, looking me up and down. Sir? I asked, and he motioned for me to come in. The inside of the house was nothing like the outside. It was clean and tidy, and every nook and crevice was lit up with blinding light. They can't exist where there's no shadow, he had said, as if expecting my question. Every piece of furniture was made out of see-through glass. There was not a single object that would cast a shadow, besides us two, and even then, the lights took our shadows out. He motioned for me to sit on the ground. Try to straighten out. Allow no shadows to be cast by your body. I sat down, with my legs stretched out and my arms beside me. He sat across from me, mirroring my position. He looked at me for a long moment, and I was having a hard time concentrating. The lights were unbearably bright. As I was about to speak, he did so first. It has no name. He looked wishfully to the ceiling, and then continued. There are many that visit you in your sleep. Some good, some bad. Sleep paralysis is a logically explained occurrences of your mind being awake, but your body not. However, it's not as simple as that. It's not that your mind is awake. Your mind is between being awake and being asleep. That in between is where these demons lie in wait, in the darkness. Most can only scare you. They can't cause any harm. But there are a few, like the one on your hands, that can cause a lot of hurt. How do you get rid of it? I asked in disbelief. He motioned with his hands to the house. Once he lets himself in, Only light can keep him away from you. Do you not sleep? Still being sore from the long drive here, I instinctively crossed my legs. The man looked at me with such intensity that only my father gave me when I misbehaved as a child. Don't make shadows, he warned again, and I uncrossed my legs. I do, he explained. I sleep in bright light. Over time, its connection to you grows faint. It eventually loses interest in you. How did it erase the existence of my son? I asked after a long moment. I can't remember him at all. Jason, was it? He said, and with a nod continued. That I do not know. This thing doesn't have that kind of power, which means you might have more than one of these things on your hands. His eyes widened as he stood up. I can't tell you anymore. You need to leave now. Why did you even invite me here? It doesn't matter anymore. I answered enough questions. Make sure there's not a single shadow in your home if you wish to survive. And I'm sorry for your son, but it seems like he's too far gone. After he basically threw me out, I sat in my car for a long moment. I decided that I wanted to see my son. I started the car up and drove all the way back and into the hospital's parking lot. By the time I was back, it was 11 p.m. again. A new receptionist sat at the desk, and I tried to explain my situation as logically and best as possible. So please, just let me see him. Even through a window is fine. She looked at me with a conflicted expression. Fine, you only get 5 minutes. She led me to his room. And there he was, the boy from the videos laying there, in darkness. I observed him through the window, wishing to remember all that he once meant to me. A shadow moved at the corner of my eye, and I followed it. A dark silhouette was in the room with my son, as if hiding itself in the corner. Hey! I screamed, and the receptionist came running back. There's someone in there! She rushed into the room and turned on the light, and I was right behind her. There was nothing there. She sighed a sigh of relief. You need to go, sir. No, please, you have to believe me. There was this shadow. I saw it, I swear. Calm down, sir. There's nothing in the room. That's when my emotions burst, and I started crying. The receptionist led me back to the lobby, and I just sat down and sobbed. After all my tears dried up, I got back on my phone and looked at the Reddit post again. Then I decided to ask for help with an update. If anyone knows how to make the world remember, how to make myself remember of his existence, please, for the love of God, tell me. I can see the nurses sharing hushed whispers as I sit here in the lobby writing this. Chances are they'll kick me out. Or worse yet, lock me up. My name is Matt. If it takes me, please don't forget me like I forgot him. I want to remember.